evil blanket fish has awoken.
Alright. So far, it looks like everything's coming in. We're going to be starting Tales of Arise today. Playing the Steam version. There we go. Alright. So, the last actual, non-mobile Tales of game before this was Berseria. That was in 2016. So, this is essentially 5 years we've been waiting for this. I mean, it's offered from the start. I know there have been some times, like I especially remember this with Tales of the Abyss, where I played through the game once and I unlocked, higher difficulties like Chaos and Unknown, and then I tried to restart the game on, I think it was Unknown difficulty, and it took like an hour to beat the first enemy that's like a tutorial because you're only doing 1 damage to it. Because again, they just multiply stats. So I'm assuming since hard is available from the start that it won't have that much of a balancing issue. I usually don't like to play on the easier difficulties just because I like to do combos and enemies usually don't survive the combos to be able to actually practice them. So story is definitely out. I'm assuming that's like, game reviewer mode. Normal, probably same thing. They probably die too quickly to get a decent combo off. So I'm torn between moderate or hard. It doesn't say anything about it, but I'm hoping they got rid of that dumbass mechanic that they did in Zestiria and Berseria, where upping the difficulty nets you less experience. I'd rather fight fewer hard fights to get my, to get everything done than a shit ton of easy fights. And the way they did it in Zestiria and Berseria was just bass-ackwards. I guess let's try moderate. I'm assuming that, like most modern games, you can change it on the fly at any time. So, if stuff is dying too easily, we can go up to hard.
In ages long past, it was believed that Mother Dana was indestructible and everlasting. Rena, on the other hand, was thought to be the domain of the gods, a paradise where the souls of the departed could rest forevermore. Oh, how wrong we were. In the face of Rena's unimaginable technology, its soldiers, clad in huge, shining armor, and its fearsome beasts, known as Zeugles. The prosperity and bounty of Dana all but disappeared overnight. That was 300 years ago. The world of Dana fell under Renan rule, and its new masters split the land into 5 distinct realms. And now today, Orbis Calaglia, one of the Renan's 5 realms. It is ruled over by the tyrant Balsev, Lord of the Firemaster Corps. Unrelenting fire scorches this barren wasteland. Dust storms course over the rocks and crags, and no relief is to be found from the oppressive heat.
Yeah, it sounds like summer in Texas.
Toil as slaves. Day after day they suffer, under the ruthless oppression of the Renan soldiers, with only one hope of escape. Death. Only in death is their agony finally brought to an end. They have forgotten what it means to be free. So complete is the Renan's domination.
Up! You call that pushing? Put some back into it, embedded!
Iron Mask?
Why you?
Let me.
Huh. What is this? Some kind of slave support group? Mind your own business, you worthless! All right, third squad! Time to regroup! Go on, get moving!
Hey, wait for me! Thank you, Iron Mask.
That's okay, Cole. Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine. Iron Mask, you're bleeding. We need to get you looked at by Doc.
That bad, huh? Better safe than sorry, I suppose.
That's right, because he doesn't feel pain. So embedded, is that just the name for all of them? I thought when he said embedded to the kid, he was referring to that thing that was in the back of his hand. That little, like, jewel-looking thing on the back of his hand. I thought maybe he was referring to that, but Alphen doesn't have it. Don't sweat it, kid. It's not like I felt anything. That's why Doc tells you to be extra careful, doesn't he? Yeah, but at the end of the day, I chose to stick my neck out for you, and I don't regret a thing. So don't sweat it, Cole, okay? Okay, thanks, Iron Mask.
I doubt Doc's gonna like what he sees. I need to have Doc check me out first.
But what's that green thing?
Ah, you again.
Sorry to trouble you, Doc.
Look after yourself and there'd be no need for sorries, would there? Now sit. So, still unable to remember anything, I take it?
Blank as always. Nothing but that strange dream.
No face, no memories. Unable to feel pain, yet only too eager to take on everybody else's. What will we do with you? Here, let me see. You may not be able to feel pain, but that doesn't mean you can't be wounded, just like everyone else. If you're not more careful, you'll wind up dead without even realizing it one of these days.
I watched another slave die today. More corpses than I care to count.
Unfortunately, that's hardly a rare sight around these parts.
Danans are always dying, and the Renans just watch. How long can this continue? Why doesn't anyone stand and fight?
Keep your voice down, will you? If only it were so simple, my friend. There have certainly been uprisings, all right. 3 centuries worth of the damn things. As for all the good they've done, take a look around and judge for yourself. There. That should just about do it. Now, do me a favor and try to stay out of trouble so the wound doesn't open again.
Doc.
I'm honestly getting kind of a Star Wars vibe out of the background
just
music.
How things work around here. You know I'll always be grateful for that. But I can't just...
The race is won by the calm and the steady. You're still young. You have time. Wait for the right moment, both for yourself and the world. Work will be wrapping up for the day soon enough. Don't sit around here. Go out and feel the breeze against your skin. Even a slave's entitled to that. Just do me a favor and keep a low profile, all right? You stand out enough in that mask as it is.
Guess I'll go back to my room.
Try not to cause too much trouble out there. You already stand? Okay, it's the same thing you said last time. Why does he have an exclamation point next to him? Important NPC. Okay. So who's this other important NPC? Bright Eyes stick these weird stones on our bodies and then work us to the bone until we're dead. And as if the routine beatings from them weren't enough, when they're in a really bad mood, they like to sick their zoogles on us. Okay, so maybe it's not always in the back of their hand, but if that's the case, where the hell is Alphen's? So far it looks like everybody else has it on their left hand, I think. Yeah, left. Left. Yeah, everybody has it on their left hand. But Alphen does not.
I'm a slave.
I wonder if that will be
just
addressed.
like everyone else here. So how come I don't have a spirit core? Or face, or memories for that matter? Like worrying about it won't change anything.
Okay, right when I ask if they're gonna address it, he addresses it. No matter how tired you get of seeing them, you can always find Rena and Lena just hanging up in the sky. Hate it. It's like they're watching over us, keeping an eye on our every move. That Lenegus especially is something else. There's no way we can ever hope to beat the Renans when they can build floating castles like that. Whenever the bastards do to you, don't even think about trying to fight back against them Bright Eyes, got it? I know. Not like you'd ever have a chance in hell of ever beating one of those soldiers or their Zoogles, let alone Lord Balsef. Don't talk about this in public, you two. Who knows what they'll do if they hear you guys?
I should get some rest. I wonder how many people have slept in this bed before me. Mine for now, but for how long? Tomorrow's another day. I guess I should get some shut-eye. I'd better head to work. So, I've got business with the freight train today, huh? Great. Great. Time to start another day toiling away for the Renans. Am I gonna do this until the day I die?
Not sure I like jump on the B button.
Hi, everybody!
Hey, Ragnar, how you doing? There we go. Jump on A button feels much better.
Look lively, slaves! Let's see some work around here!
Yeah, for now. I'll have to wait till I actually get into a fight to see if I need to switch anything around there.
Grenar!
Zephyr, she's here!
No, but I had to switch it, so now the B or circle button is talk to people. Because I switched the two around.
Well? Come back!
The girl's nowhere to be found.
This hurts.
Hey, Bennett, did you find anything?
Not yet, sir. What do they expect from us on such short notice?
Hey, you're...
Over there! Don't move!
Go now!
Huh?
Hurry, get moving!
Stay still! You cost us a lot of trouble, you know. Now we can do this the easy way, or not.
It's just you.
Yeah, Berseria, I liked almost the entire cast.
Here they are! Forget the rebels! Focus on the girl! Jump over in the front! Take the girl alive! The man is expendable!
Armored soldiers!
choreography for the cutscenes is pretty good.
Away you go!
Hope you can jump. You all missed your chance to become Lord, which means you lot live and die for me, the mighty Balsath! Got that through your skulls? Now hurry up and bring me Xeon! Yes, sir!
Every time they say Balsef, I can't help but thinking Ballsack.
Even the drink's lost its appeal.
Someone's in a bad mood. Lord Wolsey, ruler of Orbis Calaglia. Ah, but it's wild beast you prefer, isn't it? Do forgive me.
Ganabelt Valkyris, what do you want?
From what I hear, you seem to be having some trouble over there in Calaglia. As a fellow lord, I merely thought to ask whether I could be of any assistance to you.
Enough with the false pretense. I can tell a rat when it's sniffing around.
Forgive me, I can only imagine the emotional toll failing to ascend the throne not once but twice must take. A most distressing state of affairs.
Shut up! It's none of your concern.
The crown contest is proceeding apace, and
I didn't realize I wasn't
must
on the
say,
screen this
it
whole
won't be
time.
long before the victor is crowned as the new sovereign.
I look forward to it, and you can be sure I won't forget our little chat.
Nor will I. Until next time.
Where?
You awake?
Who are you?
The name's Tilsa. I'm the medical officer for the Crimson Crows. You're in one of our safe houses.
Crimson Crows?
Don't tell me you've never heard of us. We're the Resistance, for the Danon people. We get in the way of the Bright Eye's best-laid plans.
The Danon Resistance? I didn't know such a thing existed.
Oh, we exist all right. Though I guess we're not as famous as I thought we were. Seems like I know more about you than the other way around, Mr. Iron Mask. Is it true you can't take that thing off?
Yeah. Worse is that I don't even know why I'm wearing it.
Alright, night, Star Nico. Sleep tight.
That woman I was with.
Oh, yeah. She's quite the character, isn't she? Zephyr should be interrogating her over in the Slammer as we speak.
You locked her up? Why?
Why? Go take a look for yourself if you're so interested.
They're interrogating her? Just what the hell is going on? I need to go and find out for myself.
Oh, I know something. I'll tell you what I can. It's the old Xeon Mine, one of the Crimson Crow's safe houses. Abandoned mines like this are pretty commonplace, so we have no shortage of places to hide out. Told you, we're a resistance group fighting the Bright Eyes. Our goal is to liberate Calaglia from Reyna. The injuries are a constant thing for us. It's distressing work for me as a medic. Go on. Zephyr is the Crimson Crow's leader. He's not just physically strong, he's got real smarts. He's indispensable to us. Jail's up ahead. Zephyr's interrogating her now. You can check it out if you're curious, but I wouldn't disrupt the interrogation if I were you. If you want to know something, I'll tell you what... Who else? The Radiants could ruling over Calaglia. The ones who came down from Leganis have been giving us hell for the last 3 centuries. Of course, we can't even reach neighboring towns, much less Legalis. Our current target is the Radiants in Calaglia and their lord, Balsef. And that's everything.
Damn it! So it wasn't a lie. The slightest touch is like being struck by lightning.
What
I'm
are
only
you
talking
doing?
to the ones that are highlighted.
Finally awake, huh?
What's going
I
on
figure
here?
the ones that are
What do you see,
highlighted at
every-
least have
Mind your
pertinent
business.
information.
So even if you don't mean to hurt somebody, if they touch you, they get electrocuted, huh? It doesn't seem to be poison or magic. Is this the reason Balsef's soldiers were after you? For the last several days, Balsef's forces have been getting pretty restless. When we looked into it deeper, the word thorns came up over and over again. And now, we come across Miss Prickly herself.
Drop the attitude. Did you really think we wouldn't find out anything about you? Miss Xeon Imaris?
That's her name? You mean she's...
What? You didn't figure it out already? Yeah, that's right. This lady's got herself a surname, which means one thing. She's a Renin, our enemy.
Yeah, but she was being chased by Renin soldiers. So then, why?
That's exactly what we're trying to figure out. After all, aside from the clothes they wear, there's only one way to tell a Danon from a Renin, and that's whether their eyes light up or not. Ain't that right, Bright Eyes?
Big talk for someone who can't even use astral arts. Embedded.
Don't you call us embedded! Look, you see the stone your people embedded in me? There isn't one. Because we gouged them out the day we swore to rise up against your kind. This scar's a reminder, not to rest until every last one of you is...
We Danons may not be capable of using astral arts, but it looks like those thorns of yours won't do you much good in escaping here either.
Still, inflicting pain on anyone who comes near you, that's one hell of an ability.
You're wrong. You think this curse is some kind of great ability? No!
Curse.
Fair enough. All I know is Balsef must have his eye on you for a damn good reason. And until we find out why...
An ambush!
They must have tracked us down. Evacuate as planned. Hurry! And bring the girl. If she gives you any trouble, wave a spear in her face.
Got it.
Hey, Iron Mask. Sorry, but right now it's everyone for themselves.
What about you?
I'm going to welcome our guests. Don't go dying on me.
Come on, move.
And don't try anything funny.
Rusted longsword with a blade badly in need of repair. Fighting with it is more like using a blunt weapon rather than a bladed one.
What's this thing?
Enemy attack!
An ambush. Renins are here? I have to find an exit and get the hell out of here.
Anyone who can fight, grab a weapon! Damn! How did they find out about this place?
Have these kinds of battles been going on this entire time? I just didn't know.
Stop right there! Oh, it's just a Danon. You there! Where's the Renin girl who was here?
Well,
Spit it out! I want an answer, Insurgent!
How's this for an answer? Go to hell!
You dare address a Renin armored soldier that way? I'll show you, Embedded!
Hello, tutorial guy. Right button for normal attack. For switching up to 3 normal attacks there by learning certain skills, limit can be increased. Character can also attack midair after jumping. Arts or special actions performed by spending part of your arts gauge. Press the other 4 with the other 3 buttons. AG will gradually restore automatically. Will restore more slowly when attacking.
Talk or die!
Oh crap, this shit's on automatic. How do I switch to manual? And also I apparently need to change the jump button in battle also.
Much for playing.
Doesn't look like I can do it in here though.
Nice. All right, we're up. A real fight. Still, I have to do this. I won't go quietly. Rising Wyvern! I'm not done! Die! No escape! Damn it! Rising Wyvern! Mirage! Rising Wyvern! Rising Wyvern! I won. I actually beat one of those Renin soldiers.
Okay, so first things first.
I've got to keep...
I need to change that.
Going. I have to survive this no matter what.
Now it should be jump should be A in battle too.
Right, here goes!
You got spirit!
Swallow blade!
Go to hell!
You're mine!
This is it!
I'm not done! You're mine! Slash! Swallow blade! Try harder! Here I come!
Go to hell!
Here I come! It's over! You're mine! You're finished! You're mine! You're finished!
Take this!
Take this! You're mine! It's over! We won.
Yeah. It's not, it doesn't feel that unfamiliar. Like, I've played enough games where, namely, like, you know, the Soulsborne games where the attack buttons are on there, so it's not anything too hard to get used to.
Xeon V. Mayor Imeris Daymore. I hereby detain you in the name of His Excellency Lord Bolseth.
Damn it!
Throw down
I was
your
so
weapon.
close. What the? You've got some kind of death wish? Those are armored soldiers you're...
Shut up and get out of here while you still can!
Step aside, slave. These are Renin affairs you're meddling in.
Hey!
We've got a better chance working together. Besides, I don't much feel like being indebted to a Danon.
Fine, suit yourself.
Word to the wise, I call my own shot. Just stay out of my way and we'll get along quite well.
Kinda new for me, if you hadn't noticed. Don't expect any promises.
Take
Here I come!
Rising Walker! Take
Here I come!
Here I go!
Rising Walker!
Why did you help me? What could a Danon like you possibly gain from helping a Renan like me?
Trust me, I've no great love for Renans. I guess I'm just not as consumed with hatred as some...
What?
Have we met somewhere before?
Me? Friends with a Danon?
Already starting
Can't
with the
say I've
pickup
had
lines.
the pleasure.
Well, when you put it like that, yeah, silly question. I don't remember anything about my past. Don't have any clues to go on either.
Yeah,
Not
well,
even my own
unlike a
face.
lot of people, I actually
Let me
didn't
get
have a
this
problem
straight.
with the Scarlet
You don't
Nexus
know what you
cutscenes.
look
I actually
like,
kind
but
of
you
liked
thought I
them.
might somehow recognize you?
Something like that. Guess my helping you back there wasn't as self-sacrificing as I made it out to be. Besides, I can't feel pain anyway, so it's not like...
Wait, you really can't feel pain?
Considering
Yeah,
in
it's
most
just another thing
games
I
the
don't have.
alternative would be
pain,
just
no
text
face,
with a
no memories.
profile
I only know
picture,
one thing about myself.
having them
That's that I'm a
actually
slave.
animated in like these
What about your
little
name?
comic book
You must
blocks.
have one, right?
Like,
Iron Mask.
it's definitely
Got the
better
name
than
from the
just
person
text
who
with a
found me.
profile picture.
Said that this way I wouldn't forget I had a real name out there somewhere.
I see.
So where to next?
Outside, silly. What do you think we fought all this way for? Stay sharp. We're going in.
Glad to see you made it. I heard you managed to escape, but I didn't expect to see old Iron Mask with you. In any case, we're all wanted by the Renans. It'll be easier for everyone if you both just come with me.
See,
Where
I'm
are the
already
others?
sad
They're
because I
waiting for us
know
up
all the
ahead.
characters
Come on.
that become playable, and he's not one of them.
Stay where you are, dissidents.
Just look at all these soldiers. How badly did they want to destroy this hideout?
Apprehend the traitor! Slaughter the rest!
Look out! Xeon! Xeon!
A blazing sword? But how?
Impossible.
The Master Core. He was embedded within her all along. No matter. Kill her if you have to. Just retrieve the core. Attack!
So the Master Core is now a Master Sword. I see what you did there. By the power of boobs, I smite you.
You okay?
Your arms!
Oh, yeah. How about that? Guess it's just as well I can't feel it, huh?
You're not in agony? Wait, are you serious?
Hold still.
Huh?
It's one of my healing arts.
A sword that sears the hand of he who wields it, and a healing art to mend. A man numb to pain, and a woman whose very touch deals nothing but.
Thank you.
All right, let's rout the bastards and finish them off before the surviving stragglers have a chance to regroup. Iron Mask, you coming?
Definitely. I'm not about to go back all that way alone.
So no one's even gonna react to his, like,
So I guess you're not planning on
huge
releasing
exposition
me, huh?
dump right there?
Sorry, you're coming with us.
In that case, there's one thing you should know. No one uses that flaming sword without my say-so.
You needn't worry on that score. I doubt many of us could get close to it in the first place, or would want to.
I figured there'd at least be like a how
blazing
convenient,
sword.
or like a this must be a sign line after that.
No, maybe even to surpass it.
Are you sure you're okay?
What do you mean?
Your wound. That soldier nailed you pretty good. Not to mention those flames bursting from you.
They only hit my master core, so I'll be fine. And the flames weren't even hot. It's probably because they're just a manifestation of the astral energy. Honestly, I'm more surprised that you really are incapable of feeling pain.
Did you think I was faking?
No, I believed you. I guess seeing you stay calm while bearing those burns to your hands just really made it hit home for me. It's ironic. I have no problem hurting anyone who touches me. But as soon as I try to wield that sword, it's me who gets hurt.
Do you wish you were impervious to pain too? You realize you could burn your fingers off without even noticing, right?
So what? All I need right now is power. And up until now, I haven't come across anything stronger than that blazing sword the whole time I've been doing this.
You really don't care what happens to you as long as you get what you're after, do you?
Don't talk like you know me.
You... You're right. I don't get you. I don't get why you're so quick to throw it all away. Not when us slaves have never had a choice in whether we lived or died.
Xeon specializes in gun-based long-range strikes and astral arts, usually to hit enemies from a safe distance, and to use healing arts announced at low HP. Healing arts cost CP to use, so mind your CP total. When auto mode is enabled, Xeon will primarily target flying and astral art wielding enemies, as well as foes with lower HP during combat. That sounds good enough. Arts with healing and support effects consume cure points in addition to AG. CP is shared across party and can be restored with items or by staying at an inner campground. It can be raised by leveling up or finding specific items. So we have a heal limit.
Can you even see out of that thing? Like, at all?
Of course I can. How else do you think I managed to avoid tripping everywhere I go?
What is that thing anyway? It doesn't look like anything Dan and I've ever seen.
Beats me. I don't remember anything about my past. When I came to, I was already wearing it. If I could get it off, I would. Damn thing makes it hard to eat. I can't scratch my face when it itches. It's the worst.
Honestly, I'm just impressed you've managed to survive this long looking like that. I'm sure you attract attention wherever you go.
Yeah, but it says it's party-wide,
Most of the other
shared.
Danans don't pay it any mind. It's in everyone's best interest to just keep their heads down, focus on their work, and pretend they don't notice.
What about the Renan soldiers? Didn't they notice?
The guards? They're more the kill first, ask questions later type. Be in the wrong place or step out of line and you're dead. Mask or no mask. That said, as long as you keep your head down and don't cause trouble, they mostly ignore you. Honestly, sometimes they don't look all that keen to stir up trouble themselves. A friend of mine said it's because if they kill us without a good reason, it could delay the work and put them behind schedule. At that point, it'd be their necks on the line. You should know more about all that than me, though, right?
I don't serve any of the lords. But I see what you mean. After 3 centuries of Renan rule without much upheaval, it's possible the soldiers might be losing their edge. All this trouble we've caused might be the first excitement they've had in a while.
Well, I don't plan on getting killed for their amusement.
So he's only got the 2. And for midair, he's only got the 1. Oh, she already comes with resurrection. Yeah, I can definitely see how you could burn through CP. Especially if the common thing that happens in a lot of action games with party members happens where they run face first into like a big boss attack and all die, and then you end up playing whack-a-mole trying to pick them all back up. Like you res one, they run right in and get their face smashed again, die, and you just keep doing that until you can get control of the situation again. That is one thing I liked about the party-based games on Ys. And granted, they kind of cheat to get around that, but they basically just make it so that your party members don't actually die unless you're controlling them. They just kind of stay at 1 HP and, like, go to the edge of the battlefield and don't do anything, but at least it stops you from that cycle of like reviving them and having them being whack-a-mole back down again. But I do really wish that more action RPGs would find better ways around that. Maybe just like an invulnerability period for AI teammates after they are revived or something. At least something to give you enough time to heal them back up after you revive them. Yeah, but Neo Twiwi just has
stronghold of Lord
it's like a party health bar, doesn't it? So it's either they're all up or they're all down.
I've never seen it from this close before.
That's it, all right. And next to it are the gates of fire. Take a good long look while you still can. That wall is what we've come to tear down. The only thing standing between us and freedom.
Freedom.
Let's go. Be careful. If you get close to a Zoogle, they'll attack.
Don't we want that? Oh, I already did that. It did that the second I noticed it didn't start on manual.
You're mine! You're finished! Rising Wyvern!
You're surrounded. Just stay calm.
Here I go.
Don't let them form a pack.
Here I come!
Here I go. I'm
Rising Wyvern!
On one final push.
Right!
Give them all we got.
You're mine!
It's over.
Take this!
That's right.
Here I go. It's
You're
over.
on! You're mine!
I'm on it.
You're finished!
See ya.
Mine.
Talent storm.
Here I come!
I'm sure I can put this to use. Don't fight any enemies you can otherwise avoid, all right?
Makes sense. If we try to take them all on, then...
We tried to take them all on with what? I didn't hear you. I just heard take them all on.
I'll run you through. See ya.
You're mine! It's over! Rising Wyvern!
Circle and bring them down.
You're off! No! Can't get here!
Fall back.
Oh, wow.
Cannon.
That guy one-shots you.
I can feel my precision improving.
Nobody ever expects the one-shot. No, but I saw it in the
Seems you found something
menus.
good.
It's
Supplies like that
I
are
believe
valuable.
it's the directional
Never
pad.
overlook them.
Like, what was it? It was in here somewhere. Might have just been when I was changing the controls. Okay, so no. I thought it was the D-pad buttons, but apparently those are for boost attacks. Okay, so left button.
Got it. I'll remember that.
Hey, what did I wasn't paying attention to what I got out of that. Okay, now I paid for like the full collector's edition thing on Steam, so I should have some costumes. Do I need to go further into the game to get them? Yeah, that's what I was just on.
What a weird stone.
That's what I'm saying. I know I bought like the full, like the collector's edition version off of Steam. I should have a bunch of costumes. I'm just not sure if I have to go further into the game to get them or not. Okay.
Let's stop a moment to catch our breath.
But I've barely worked up a sweat.
Speak for yourself. What do you want, a medal? Doesn't look like we're being followed. Fail to grab these rare moments of quiet when you can. You'll end up regretting it later.
You're the boss.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of complaints. Like, apparently there's abilities and everything that are locked to the DLC.
Normally, we should take turns standing guard. But this first... time, I'll watch over things so you two can rest easy.
I've never just sat and watched a fire like this before.
And the funny thing is that that's not
Well, aren't
even
you getting comfortable?
everything.
You realize there are still Zoogles
It's
prowling
like
around out
the
here,
collector's
right?
edition was like $100
Don't be a
bucks,
spoilsport.
and there's
It's important to
still
let
a
your
bunch of
mind
other
and
DLC
spirit
that wasn't in
relax.
it.
Does you a lot more good than you might think.
Zephyr, why aren't you concerned about who I am?
You feeling left out, son?
No, it's not that. But
You said you wanted to fight so that you can live a free man. At this point, that's all that matters. Even if it somehow turned out you were a Renin, it wouldn't be such a big deal.
a Renin?
Until we know who you are, we can't rule anything out. Besides, we've
Yeah,
already
I was
got
looking at
Xeon
it on
with us.
Steam. I think
At this point,
all the
what's one more
DLC when you
Renin
add
as
it
long as
all
they're
up was
on our
like
side?
160 some bucks.
So you don't see every Renin as an enemy?
Our goal isn't to hunt down and kill all Renins. We only arm ourselves as much as we need to set ourselves free. If you can believe it, not every Danon agrees with what we're doing either.
Are you saying we have enemies among the Danons?
Not quite. They're just not up for rebelling, per se. The thing you have to remember is that everyone has their own path to walk.
I'm not sure I understand.
That's okay. Just focus on what we have to do right now. However, the time will come when you'll need to decide what to do for yourself.
How come you don't have a scar on your hand?
A scar? What do you mean?
The Crimson Crows all tore off their own spirit cores, right? But your hand doesn't show any signs of ever having a core like theirs. Why not?
I don't know. I don't remember anything about myself from before Doc found me.
Seriously? You have that mask, you don't feel any pain, and you just happen to know how to fight with a sword? No way. You must remember something.
I'm not lying if that's what you
I think the cheapest ones were like
Believe me,
$5.
I wish I knew who the hell I am, but I don't. It's funny how I didn't have any time for soul searching while digging up rocks in a mine.
Still.
Are you saying you've told us everything about yourself?
Zephyr.
It's bad manners to pry when you've got plenty to hide yourself.
You're not gonna ask me about my past,
Like,
too?
there's more expensive ones. There were some
Only
that
when I
were
think
like
it's
15 or
necessary.
20, but
You're a real man of mystery, I'll admit.
it was a lot of little ones that are like
said,
5 each.
I'm not one to dig around in someone's business just out of curiosity. If you remember something and feel like sharing, you're free to do so. For now, I think that's good enough.
Right. Thank you.
So, this whole you not feeling pain thing, is that for real?
Why would I lie about it? And why would you care anyway?
No, it's just... You know, I can't imagine what it's like, that's all.
As a slave, I'd say it has its advantages and disadvantages.
Oh?
On the upside, when Renan soldiers push me around, I hardly flinch. The downside's that I get injured without even noticing. Which means I could be knocking on death's door and not even realize it.
Really?
Sure. I may be numb to pain, but that doesn't make me immortal or anything. Still, I
checking
wouldn't
how
have
much
noticed
it
any
is.
of this if someone hadn't pointed it out to me. If not for my fellow slaves, I'd be long dead, lying in a ditch somewhere.
Yeah, the SAO collaboration pack is $15.99 for me. Okay, that's just a skit viewer and cutscenes, I'm guessing. The anime cutscenes. I don't know, there are a lot of hardcore SAO fans that would probably jump at the chance
So that's why Balsev's cronies were so desperate to catch her.
to have them in another game.
The jewel in her chest?
Oh, right. You don't remember a damn thing, do you? Fair enough. Guess it's time to fill you back in. Tell me, you ever wonder why we Danans are made to work ourselves to the bone, day in, day out?
Well, when you put it like that, I always just assumed we were mining resources for them.
And don't you think it'd be quicker if they used all that high-powered tech they have? Why go to all the trouble of relying on weak human labor? Listen, what the Renans are really after isn't resources or minerals. It's astral energy. They're harvesting the astral energy that sleeps inside all matter in life forms. And they're doing it the same way they have for the past 300 years, using us Danans as mere siphons.
Right. They have machines for minerals, but extracting from Danans requires spirit cores. Any astral energy collected passes through a spirit vessel on its way to being stored in a master core.
But why go to the trouble of collecting all this energy in the first place? Do they really need all that juice just to use astral arts?
It feels more like they
It's
forgot
determined
this
the
wasn't one of the mobile gacha
Sovereign.
games.
Is that
Because
the
mobile
Renan
gacha
ruler?
games, they do crossovers with
Exactly.
anybody that'll say
5
yes.
lords, each doing whatever it takes to gather as much astral energy as they can and store it in their master cores. Whichever of them manages to accumulate the most power at the end of their contest is crowned the ruler of the Renan motherland. A new crown contest, as they call it, is held every decade or so.
So you see, the Master Cores are the receptacles in which the Lords store their power. And we Danans are sacrificed, so the Renans can choose their new ruler.
That's insane! You're telling me that's what our people have been dying for this whole time?
Relax, hero. You're not the only one who's bent out of shape about the whole thing. There are two things that I haven't been able to get my head around yet. What business would a Renan have stealing a Master Core? And what's the deal with that blazing sword?
I think the sword is a physical manifestation of the Master Core's astral energy. As for why it took the shape of a sword, well, I don't know any more than you do.
Yeah, I think they
Honest.
merged them way back in, like, Zestiria.
And that stuff about needing your permission to use it? What was that about?
I'm the only one of us who can control the Master Core to some extent. Without me to adjust the flow of astral energy, the sword can't take a physical form.
What do you want out of this? You may be one of them, but you don't strike me as the ruthless oppressor type.
I'm going to take down all of the lords.
Never thought I'd say this, but I like the cut of your jib, Renan. Very well. As far as we're concerned, the struggle continues either way. And with that sword on our side, our chances of victory just increased. That is, of course, assuming we can count the two of you in.
Fine by me. After all, it sounds like we're after the same thing anyway.
Honestly, I'm still a little confused by all this. But if it's a choice between this or going back to being a slave, then I choose to fight.
Then it's settled. Together we'll overthrow the Renin Lords. And first up on that chopping block is Balsef, the wild beast. Sound good?
She having Cthulhu dreams?
I've gotta hurry.
We have another secret hideout in Ulzum.
No, my microphone does not love you. I'm gonna take a quick kitty break. Come on. Edie kitty. Done? Hey, web on Gatkaine. Yeah, I can see what they were saying already about the DLCs. Because before I only had these two. Now that I accepted all the DL stuff, suddenly I've got 3 more arts. Still only 1 aerial, though. Yeah, the aerial I still only 1, but yeah, they gave me a full set for ground. And she got 3 also, because she only had these first 3, and now she has these. Yeah, that's definitely... That's kind of definitely not cool that they give you stuff like that with the DLC. So you don't even get those later? Like... Because that was one of the things I was wondering, because I know a lot of people were complaining about it, but I wasn't sure if they just gave you stuff early, or if they were giving you stuff that wasn't even in the game normally. Okay, that's like plus 100 on everything from what I've got, so I'm going to assume that's... Yeah, I shouldn't be using that for a while. At least until I start getting stuff that's almost up to it. Same with that one. Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to those until they're a little more appropriate. The outfits, though, those I will use with no problem. Yeah, that's the part that's not cool. Like, the cosmetic stuff I have no problem with. Like, you're literally paying just to give yourself a different look. But when they actually start putting, like, pay-to-win stuff in there... Okay, so basically no matter what, she has a ponytail. Yeah. That's really, really dick of Bamco to put exclusive skills in there.
Not far from here. We should be able to meet up with our comrades there.
I don't know.
Camping out.
Probably like I was saying with the same thing with the SAO crossover. I think they're so, because in the past 5 years they've made what, like 4 different mobile gacha games? I think maybe they're trying to test to see if they can get away with it in a mainline title. Or they just forgot this wasn't a gacha game. I just put them on and I'm already tempted to take them off because they look fucking retarded. Like when he's dashing and they're just kind of wobbling around, they look stupid. How do I remove it? Let's go with that. I don't like the way they wobble when you run.
We should be able to eat this. Whenever you find some, make sure to grab it.
It's edible, huh? Good to know.
Definitely.
It's one enormous stray.
I don't think we can take it right now. Cut it out. Didn't anyone ever tell you it's rude to stare?
I know I already asked you this, but are you sure we haven't met somewhere before?
What's so hard to understand? I'm Renan, you're Danon. There's no way. Besides, I'm from Lenegis. Trust me, wherever you were before you lost your memory, we've never crossed paths.
Lenegis? You mean the same Lenegis that's up in the sky? I've heard it called the Renan's Castle, but I never imagined people actually lived up there.
Well then, where did you think we all lived? Didn't you see the Renan Lords descend for the crown contest?
And how long ago was that?
Well, the current contest started 7 years ago, so...
Then I wouldn't remember.
Just how far back do you remember?
About a year, give or take. That's how long ago Doc found me.
1 year. Then no. I'm sorry, but there really is no way we could have met.
Guess not.
Yep, this game is
We've
pretty.
almost made it to Ulzebek. I'll take you all on. You're mine! You're finished! You're surrounded! Just stay calm! This is it! Dig deep!
Easier said than done.
No excuses! This is up to us!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Resuscitation!
Touch cannon!
I owe you one. Take it! You're finished!
Orochi Fury!
There! And again! Mana ray!
See ya! Talon Storm!
Fight it! It's over!
Here I come! It's over!
A freezing storm!
Swallow Blade!
I'll run you
Ice
through!
tornado!
I'm sure I can put this to use.
What's this thing?
Normally I don't pick on
You're
the
mine! Swallow Blade!
Cyan instant!
I'll run you through! You gotta roll with it!
Orochi Fury!
Ray!
It's not going to plan. I'm on
Let me help.
Last shot!
Talon Storm!
Slash! Swallow Blade!
Cyan instant!
How's this?
You're mine!
Here, let me help.
You're mine!
First aid!
I'm on it! Slice!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Xeon.
Woohoo! Woohoo! Woohoo!
That's an unusual bird.
It's an owl. They're often used as a symbol to represent ancient Dana.
So I'm guessing finding the owls is where you find cosmetic items in the main game.
I'd steer clear of that Zoogle if I were you.
Damn. That weak, huh?
No choice!
Take it! I'm only getting started!
Take it! It's over! Orochi Fury!
Talon Storm!
None
Here I come! One final push!
Right.
Give them all we got!
Ray!
You're mine! It's over! Blast the shock!
None shall escape my judgment!
Take it! You're finished!
Ray!
You're mine! It's over!
How's this?
Freezing storm!
See ya! Let me know if you're struggling.
Yep, pretty much. Because the skills that I got are definitely way better than what you'd have at this point. Is there a way to save? I kind of want to see just how bad this guy will kick my ass. Level 43. Okay, yeah, that's pretty
This one's
bad.
tough, but we have no choice.
Here, let me know if you need healing.
Can't end here.
I'll bring... You bet. Can't be happening.
I can't believe this.
Okay, so it depends on your CP. I'll take the L and continue. But yeah, like, I'm pretty sure they're definitely going to get outclassed as I get later in the game. But these definitely seem really strong for right in the beginning. Like, I'm sure they're definitely not something you're going to be using end game or probably even mid game, but they're definitely way stronger than what you have in the beginning. Yeah, pretty much. Ulzbek.
Okay, people, this is it. Ulzbek.
No sign of any Renin guardsmen.
The Renins aren't as populous as the Danans.
Oh, they put his
Probably
mask
figure
back on
stationing
during the
guards in a place
cutscenes,
like
even though I
this would be
have
a waste of precious
it
manpower.
off in the costume.
So this is where the next safe house is?
Yes. The last place they'd think to look for enemies is on their own doorstep.
That is, assuming anyone actually made it here before us.
Zephyr! Looks like we needn't have worried. Come on.
That's good. I've always kind of been, like, I've always hoped that more developers would start realizing that with as many battles as you do in a course of a game, like, you definitely need multiple battle themes. Not just, you know, regular battle theme, boss battle theme, final boss battle theme. Like, you need to switch it up every so often.
Should this really be here?
That was one of the reasons why, like, the soundtrack for Shin Megami Tensei 4 and 4 Apocalypse are so good. Like, they were constantly switching up the battle tracks.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm glad that's starting to become a trend. I mean, it's just something that seems logical. You're fighting so many battles throughout the course of a game, like, you know, switch it up so it doesn't get stale.
Zephyr, you made it! See? I told you there's no way Zephyr would have kicked the bucket.
Fine, you were right. So, what's the plan?
Well, we've got an ace up our sleeve and the enemy's in disarray. I say we strike while the iron's hot.
So we're finally going head-to-head with Balseph.
That's right. We can't afford to mess this up. It's now or never.
Then now it is! We've all been waiting for this day for far too long!
Leave the plan to me. In the meantime... Yeah, you two need to do something about your outfits.
We already changed.
I have just the thing for your size. Stay right there, okay?
But I already changed at the campfire. I'm not wearing rags anymore.
Ta-da! I told you, it fits like a dream.
Come they only changed him?
I'm afraid we don't have any Renin clothing. I could find you some Danon outfits. But something tells me you'd rather pass.
Is this really that important?
In case you need reminding, I'm here because our interests overlapped. Nothing more. At no point did I say I've given up being a Renin.
Now, let's play nice. How about you ask Nath and see what he says? He's our one-stop shop for info around here. With any luck, he might just know something.
You know what? I'll have him and Xeon match. Not only new here, you don't remember much at all, right? If you got any questions, lay them out and I'll see what I can tell you. Ideally, would like to drive out the Renins, but I'm sure you know they've got us more than a little outgunned. For now, we're mostly waiting for a chance to strike as we sabotage what we can, gather intel, and help other slaves along the way. Though apparently our big chance is right around the corner, Zephyr and the rest are to be believed. Bright Eyes wear those huge armored suits and fight using astral arts and sicking their Zoogles on people. You're dead meat if you try to take them head on, so we fight using greater numbers and by taking advantage of the terrain. Most of us aren't like Zephyr. We can't take them alone one-on-one like him, unfortunately. That's why we're so glad to have you two on board with us. We can use all the help we can get. Uzbek is one of the enclaves where Danon slaves live. It's mostly responsible for producing food. Bright Eyes don't have any outposts here and hardly come through on patrol, which is what made us decide to set up shop here. In exchange for agreeing to keep quiet about our whole presence, we give out supplies to the residents and help them feed their needs. Also doesn't hurt that nobody's a fan of the Bright Eyes either, though. Big planet in the sky is their homeworld. Reyna, while the smaller planet is Lenegis, their stronghold where the Bright Eyes come from. And about that name, we call them Bright Eyes because their eyes light up whenever they use astral arts. Pretty simple, right? Likewise, they love to call us embedded since we're all embedded with the spirit core as soon as we're born. But when someone joins the Crimson Crows, they dig theirs out. It's our way of showing we're not slaves to anybody any longer. Big shot Renins in charge, the Lords, they wear different outfits from the rest. They're made of weird fabric and stick out like a sore thumb. The Zoogles are the monsters you often see tagging along with the Bright Eyes. Couldn't tell you how many different kinds there are, but I do know they're all nasty and real dangerous. They're also the feral ones you find wandering around outside. Most of those escape from their keepers. We call those strays. So the Bright Eyes refer to the powers that they use. They're basically like a kind of magic. Donans can't use astral arts themselves, which makes Renins as much of a pain to deal with as their Zoogle pets.
Nath, we need your help.
Ah, damn. Never the manpower when you Help, huh? What kind? Is it urgent?
Well, no, not exactly.
Well, in that case, would you mind helping me out with something first? The work's really piled up around here.
What is it you'd like us to do?
Anything you can manage. No one cares about us slaves. That's why it's all the more important that we stick together and take care of each other. Check in with that guy over there for details on what needs doing. And thanks in advance.
I wonder if something happened.
I hear the owl, but I don't see the owl. Here you are.
I'm surprised there are owls here, too.
Yeah, there are more of them around than I thought.
I feel like somebody's watching us.
Maybe there's someone around here who needs our help.
That's just common paranoia.
Hey.
Nate sent us. He heard you might be a little short-handed.
Yes!
You could say that. Didn't think he'd send over the Iron Mask himself, though. And a Bright Eyes with you? You sure we can really trust her? It's on our side. Zephyr can vouch for her. Yeah, Zephyr's good with her, and I guess we don't have a problem. What the hell? Name's Dyron. I'm the one who runs the lodge. This is a lodge? We all already have our own beds. They don't sleep on straw and rock-hard dirt around here. Crimson Crows have their fair share of folks who are either knocking on death's door or can't otherwise move around openly. So this place is here for it, to give people a place to rest up properly before they head off to fight. Everybody needs their rest. If you don't rest, you can't hope to fight the Bright Eyes at your best.
I guess.
Makes sense. What do you want us to do then? I need you to help haul in some cargo. I have some friends who are on their way to collect it from our hideout in the Xeon Mine. Mines. Is that really such a good idea after the run-in snuffed the place out? These are valuable items people risk their lives to gather. We need to at least get some of them back. They should be down around the Sandines Ravine at this point. Meet up with them and help bring the supplies back to this lodge.
Got it.
You're welcome. Use these facilities you need to as well. I'll let you sleep here for free. Talking to someone with the letter icon will start a sub-quest. Completing the sub-quest will earn you rewards. You can have as many as you like. You can also check each of their objectives from the activity records.
I had no idea the Crimson Crows were so active.
You sound pretty thrilled by that.
Thrilled? Maybe. But I'll settle for hopeful. We know now that not everyone is rolling over for the Renans.
freezing storm!
Take this! Mirage! You're mine! It's over!
Here I go! It's over!
You're mine! It's over! Slash!
There! Go! I'm only
You're
getting
mine!
started!
Azure Storm!
Sight!
Take this!
I'm only getting
You're
started!
finished! You're mine! You're
Freezing storm!
Here I come!
Ice tornado!
I'm not done!
Let me help!
Blast the shot!
First aid!
Now attack!
This could be useful.
Come and face me!
A freezing storm!
Actually more. I would actually need
Mega ray!
5 combo, whatever the hell they're called, to do the full one.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
I'm not done! Blast the shock!
A freezing storm!
Mirage! Here I come! You're finished!
Cyan instant!
You're mine! It's over!
None shall escape my judgment!
You're mine! It's over!
Ray!
Swallow blade! Take this!
Let me help!
I'm not feeling so great.
It's over! Slash!
Mega ray!
You're mine! It's over!
None shall escape my judgment! Ray! Here's a healing arc! First aid!
Now I can let loose.
You're mine!
We turned the tables on him.
There are still more
Here I
left!
come!
Right. No time to hold back.
Swallow blade! You're mine! It's over!
A freezing storm! Ice tornado! Barely a blip on our radar. Get lost!
Here I come!
None shall escape my judgment!
Blast the shot!
Ray!
Here I come! You're finished!
Mega ray!
Here I come! Mirage!
Cyan instant!
You're
None
mine!
shall escape
It's
my
over.
judgment! A freezing storm!
Move!
Ice
Get
tornado!
Over?
Mega ray!
Crap.
I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss! I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss! Resuscitation!
I owe you.
Here, let me help! First aid!
Here I come! You're finished!
A freezing storm!
Here I come!
Ice tornado! Go!
Nicely done, Xeon.
You're swept. Step it up.
Yeah. You got it.
I can only rely
I'm not done!
Cyan instant!
We won.
Which one is their boost art? I don't think I've done one of those yet. Yeah, I'm still, because you had said it was left bumper plus a direction to change characters. Unless it's like, because it was just changing targets, not characters. Unless, like, left, right changes targets and up, down changes characters, then I might need to try that. Yeah, I was. I tried doing it after I died to switch to her, and it was just changing targets.
What? They're all dead? How did this happen?
Soldiers, that's how.
Are you Iron Mask?
Yeah, I am. Dairon sent me to help. Hang in there!
I'm so glad you made it. In the bushes over there. You'll...
Hang on! Xeon, do something!
It's no use. He's already dead.
Damn them! They've killed so many of us, and it's still not enough! They won't be satisfied until they've wiped us all out like pests!
He mentioned something about those bushes. We should check them.
Is this a cooking pot? But what is it doing here?
If I had to guess, he put it there to make sure a Renan wouldn't steal it.
So even though he knew he was dying, he chose to use the last of his strength to hide it, believing somebody would come for it. I guess you think it's stupid getting killed over a silly trinket, huh?
No. Clearly he risked his life for something he believed in. I would never mock someone for that. However, it will be up to us to figure out the purpose behind his dying act.
We'll make sure it wasn't in vain. If nothing else, this proves that the Renans can be outsmarted. We'll carry out your will, and see it through to the end.
Then we'd better get going. We don't know when those soldiers might be back to make another sweep of the area.
So this is what it means to fight the Renans.
Sounds like you're kind of scared to me.
Of course I am. But if I'm gonna die one way or another, I'd rather go down fighting.
Hurry up and go to sleep.
I can think for myself, you know.
Yeah, but the last thing I need is you dragging me down because you're too tired.
I'll keep that in mind.
I swear you can't walk 5 steps without tripping on a Zoogle. This is getting old.
Yeah? But wasn't it you Renans who brought the Zoogles here from Rena in the first place?
They're not just ordinary animals from Rena. Each of them has been modified to suit a particular purpose. In fact, some Zoogles were originally derived from the animals on Dana. Or so I've heard.
What? You Renans couldn't stop at just the people of this planet? You had to screw with our nature too?
You can get angry all you want, but we have bigger fish to fry. So, are you going to work with me or not?
I will. It's in both of our own interests.
I think it's time we go to sleep. Come on, guys. We've got lots to do.
kind of hoping the enemy... Oh, okay, they did. I was about to say, I was kind of hoping the enemies would respawn.
Right, here goes!
Yeah, I'm holding down left button, left bumper. All it's doing is... Oh, I can't switch characters yet? That kind of sucks.
Freezing storm!
Oh wait, yeah, it did switch.
Rising Wyvern!
Take it! You're mine! Here I go! Here's a healing art! First aid! It's over! Sighted! It's over! There! Help this! Mega Ray! Got it! Mega Ray!
Azure Storm!
There! Go! Mega Ray! I'll bring you back from... I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Resuscitation!
I owe you one. Azure Storm!
Okay, yeah, it's the directional pad. Up is Xeon and left is Alphen.
Slap the shock!
Or actually the other way around.
A freezing storm!
Here I come! Take this!
One more! Magna
Here
Ray!
I come! It's over!
None shall
Take
escape my
this!
judgment!
You're finished! Mirage!
Ray!
You're finished!
A freezing storm!
It's over!
Ice tornado! I need to be stronger.
Well, I'm probably not going to be controlling Xeon too much. Like, long range and magic characters are usually the ones that I never bother trying to learn how to use. Although I may give Rinwell a try in this, because I've seen some combo videos from her that make me think she's going to be a lot more fun than mages in previous games.
Gotta break
Here,
through!
let me help.
You're stuck! You're mine!
Silent instant! Here, let me help.
Here I come! Okay, here I go!
Here I go. You're
Slap the
mine.
shock! Here I come!
Magna Ray!
Take this! You're finished!
None shall escape my judgment.
Here I come! It's over!
Here, let me
You're
help.
mine! You're finished! Flash!
Magna Ray!
Here I come! It's over! Strike!
None
Slap
shall
the
escape
shock!
my judgment.
You're mine! Mirage!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Xeon.
I won't forgive you.
I'm not... Here I come! You're finished!
Ice tornado!
Take this! It's over!
Cyan instant!
Mirage!
Get
It's
it.
over!
Here's a healing art.
Strike!
First aid!
You're mine! It's over!
Got you. Magna Ray!
come! It's over! Mirage! That's what I like to hear.
I'm still not sure how the tag attacks work. Okay.
Try to be careful not to stand out too much. You're the only Renin around here, you know.
I know. I was just thinking about how communal it feels here, even though it's only supposed to be slave quarters.
Huh? Oh, yeah. When you put it like that, I guess it is different from heavily patrolled Mosgul. Were you expecting something more depressing?
It's likely a sign that Balsef doesn't think you guys can do anything to him.
What?
I mean, if Balsef thought the Crimson Crows actually posed a threat to him, you'd figure he'd be trying harder to suppress them.
You... No. You're probably right about that. All of the other Danans that aren't with the Crimson Crows accept the Renin's rule as simply a fact of life. From the day we're born, no, probably even before that, it's been drilled into us that the only purpose our lives have is to help select the next sovereign.
If they don't like the status quo, then they should fight it. Otherwise, they're endorsing it either way.
I see it differently, but that's just me. Speaking of Renins, do all of them think about things the way you do?
I won't deny that among my fellow Renins, power and status are everything. However, that isn't what this is about for me. I have something I need to do. And I'll do whatever it takes, and use whoever and whatever I need in order to get the job done. To hell with power.
Well, it's 4, so I'm gonna go ahead and take my break. And we'll continue with the story when I get back. This one doesn't mute itself when it gets tabbed out. Alright, I guess I'll just mute the source. I have to remember to put it back on when I get back, though. Alright, back. Yeah, those I'll leave on. The other ones seem a little... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, the DLC has definitely gone pay to win in this. I may turn them on later if, like, stuff starts to get, like... There's a couple in there that's, like, for cooking and for crafting, you only need one of each item. I may turn those on later in the game when stuff starts getting ridiculous, if it starts getting ridiculous. Yeah, the stuff they put in this game as DLC is kind of
Looks like we
disgusting.
get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Damn, so nobody made it, huh? Sorry, if we'd arrived just a little sooner, we could have... Hey, these things happen. It hurts, but this is the world we live in. I'll take good care of what you brought back. It's the only way we can respect the sacrifice of those we've lost. When's Daddy coming home? Oh no, that's the guy's kid. Not yet, sweetie. Your dad's gone away for a while, and... Don't lie to me. He's dead, isn't he? I know that whenever grown-ups look sad and say someone's gone, they always mean they're dead. Daddy always warned me that this might happen one day. He told me to stay strong and be brave. This isn't right. Poor kids shouldn't have to be dragged into our own mess. Report back to Nath and get ready for fight. They might have. Which is even more dick if... Because then they expect you to... They basically expect you to pay for all the DLC just to get the normal experience, instead of having it be, you know, an advantage. If so, that really sucks, because then that means they're doing the Ubisoft approach with like what they were doing with Assassin's Creed and like the Lord of the Rings games, like the Mordor ones. Because they did the same thing. The game was balanced around you having to buy DLC. And they kept saying it wasn't, but everybody knew it was. And then like 5 years later, when they when they stopped supporting the DLC, they like completely rebalanced the game since it wasn't in there anymore.
I wonder if something happened.
I'm skeptical.
Is Zoogle still out there? Big guy, looks like an insect with wings, has scythes for arms.
Right.
Yeah, we saw it. Looked big and pretty tough to boot. It's the one. It's hard to feel safe knowing it's still out there. Really like to see it get its comeuppance one of these days. Especially since the people that deliver the comeuppance are going to enjoy a pretty mighty payday on account of all the materials they'll earn. Oh yeah? Yep, Zoogle materials are imbued with astral energy, so the stronger they are, the more energy their materials contain. Could use it to make new weapons and stand up to Rena a little better, even with our astral art handicap. The odd stray, I can usually gather a few people and get the materials myself. Something that big is bound to be beyond my capabilities. If only there was a good way to beat it.
Alright.
We've got enough to worry about as if without inviting even more danger. Your Renin pal's right. I know you're strong, but I think this Zoogle might be beyond you. Not like I need you guys to take it down for us right away, but how should I put it? If anybody has a shot at it, I think it'll still be you guys eventually. Once you feel like you're up to the challenge, that is. When you are, would you be willing to give it a shot? You can bring other people along with you to help, of course.
Got it.
Sure, sounds fair. We'll get it taken care of for you sooner or later. Yeah, that thing was level 43, so that's not going to be for a while.
You're back, huh? Sounds like it was a real ordeal out there. Much as I hate to admit it, there aren't many of us who can take on those Renin armored soldiers.
All we can do is make sure we remember those who sacrificed their lives for the cause.
Yeah, they won't be forgotten.
Glad to hear it. Now, what was that favor you wanted to ask me?
Oh, right. Well, you see...
So then, you're wondering if I know of any places where you can find Renin equipment, huh?
Anywhere with those damn bright eyes is gonna have tight security, of course. You can't just go carelessly poking around. Unless... Across the wilderness outside Ulzebek, you'll find the Fagin ruins. There's some kind of old Renin castle out there.
What with it being impenetrable, I forgot.
But with a Renin tagging along, who knows? Maybe you can find some way in. You ask me, though, it's a lot of trouble for some Renin rags. If I were you, I'd get comfortable with Danon guards.
Those look like the ruins. Let's move.
Are we really going in there?
Yes. Now let's move.
Hey, Xeon. Where does your gun come from?
What do you mean, where does it come from?
When you're fighting, it looks like it just appears out of nowhere.
Oh, that's transferal technology. When I don't need my weapon, I submerge it in empty space. And when I do, I summon it. Make sense?
Not really.
Borderlands style.
Sounds pretty amazing.
Huh?
Well, that way you don't have to carry around any heavy weapons or worry about enemies trying to steal them, right? It's a pretty cool invention.
You realize you're praising the technology of your enemies, right?
So? Technology's technology. It's not good or bad in and of itself.
I guess that's true.
Am I really doing this for some lousy cloak? There's Zugals here, too?
Hey!
You should always assume there's Zugals anywhere you go. They're one of the reasons I need you all. We're a team, after all. That means we need to pull your weight. When I call for you, expect you to clear out any enemies around me. Why do I have to do all the... In exchange, when you call for me, I promise I'll shoot down any enemies around you, too. Sound fair?
Right.
Yeah, alright. If you don't get in the habit of speaking up during fights, that'll impact morale and our ability to combo together. Make sure to do it often, got it?
Just a minute.
Looks like the enemy spotted us. Time to get to work. Alright, so I'm guessing this is the tag attacks. Don't have to tell me that. Summon allies in combat to use their unique boost attacks. Once the boost gauge is full, press the corresponding directional button to execute. These moves can be followed up with more attacks afterward and also restore AG when used. Although the boost gauge builds up automatically over time, you can fill it faster by landing attacks and counter edges on enemy as well. Initiates a brute force swing attack that can down almost any enemy. Use it to get allies out of deep trouble and create openings for additional attacks.
With that blade and your strength, the average Zugal shouldn't be a problem, right?
Now give it a shot.
So where is this boost gauge?
Here I come! Eat this!
How's this? Mega Ray!
Take this! It's on! Swallow blade!
Freezing storm!
Take this! It's over! Azure storm! Here I come! You're finished! Plasma shock! Here I come! You picked the wrong fight! Take this!
One more!
It's over!
Fires numerous beams of light from the muzzle of Xeon's rifle, effective on aerial enemies. It temporarily restricts their flight abilities and downs them.
Flyers!
This one's mine! I'll shoot them down! Let the marksman handle this!
Here I come!
Here I go! This one's mine!
You're mine!
Hey, got it! You're mine!
Swallow
Rock
blade!
and ready! Gemini Aqua!
You're mine!
Where are you going?
I'm not done!
Here I go!
Here I come! You're finished!
Rock and... Hear me! I never miss!
Take this! It's over!
A freezing storm!
Here I come!
Rock and ready!
You're finished!
Ice tornado!
Azure storm!
This one's mine! None shall
You're mine!
escape my judgment!
It's over!
If
Why
it's
are
in the
these not
sky,
counting
it's mine.
successes? Oh, down 2 enemies.
Mega Ray! By the power of water! Where are you going?
Teaming up with other party members for boost attacks allows you to keep attacking enemies longer. Different members work better against different enemy types, so don't be afraid to mix and match to maintain the upper hand in battle.
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
I'm not done! Azure storm!
None shall
Here I
escape
come!
us!
You're finished! You picked the wrong fight!
Mega Ray! Gemini Aqua!
You're mine! It's over! We did it!
These little ones are hardly worth our
You're
time.
finished! Less talking, more pummeling.
Never cut them apart to your heart's content. By the power of water!
Next!
Gemini Aqua!
Here I come! You picked the wrong fight!
It's like you got the hang of it, but don't let it go to your head. Those were easy ones. I know, I know. Okay, so those weren't the tag attacks, I don't think.
This could be useful.
Or at least, I didn't have the option to switch
hardly see
characters
anything
during
from
them
here.
yet.
Why don't we climb up higher and see if we can get a better view?
forgive you!
Swallow blade! Come one, come all!
Burning strike! This one's mine! I never miss!
Here I come! You're finished! Slash the shock!
Cyan instant!
Mirage!
Take it!
Here I come!
Gemini Aqua!
Here I come!
We turned the tables on him.
There are still more left!
Right.
By
No
the
time to
power
hold
of
back.
water!
You're...
Here's a healing art! First aid!
Thanks.
Here I come!
Power of water!
Mirage!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Xeon.
Okay, so those boost gauges actually do fill up fairly slowly. They were just filling up super quick for the tutorial.
Out of our way!
Here I come! Damn it!
Only getting started!
Blast the shock!
By the power of water!
You're mine!
That buzzing is driving me mad.
Excited! It's over!
Here I come! It got
Gemini,
fired!
I've got this!
Take
Let a
this.
marksman handle it!
It's over! All yours!
None shall escape my judgment!
Next!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking,
Freezing
more
storm!
pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's
Blade.
content.
It's on! I'm not done! Swallow blade! Orochi Fury!
Freezing storm!
Take this!
Tornado!
It's over!
There!
Swallow blade!
And again! Mega
You're
Ray!
mine! It's over!
Gemini Aqua!
We managed to pull through.
No choice!
One more!
It's over! Come and face me!
Here's a healing art!
Here I come!
Insects should stay on the ground.
Take this!
Freezing storm!
Swallow blade!
Ice tornado!
You're mine! You're finished!
I never miss!
We turned the tables on him.
There are still more left!
Right. No time to hold back.
Ice tornado!
Here I come!
Go! I'm only getting started!
Here I come! It's over!
Power of water!
We managed to pull through.
I learned... Oh wait, no, that's... There you go. I learned Gemini Aqua and Burning Strike with skill points. The one she got... Cyan Instant... Yeah, Ice Tornado was one of the DLC ones. It's a Wind Gun Strike, an Ice Astral Art, and a Light Astral Art that you got with the DLC.
I won't forgive you!
Take this! You're finished!
Ice tornado!
Here I come!
How's this?
Now I can let loose.
Here's a healing art! First
Here I
aid!
come! You're finished! Swallow blade!
This one's
You're
mine!
mine! You're finished! Orochi Fury! Eat dirt!
By the power of water! These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Swallow blade! Slash
First aid!
You're mine!
Freezing! Where are you going?
Onward and upward.
Oh, I take it there's a lot of things that are weak to ice.
No choice.
Sighted! You're mine! None
Take
shall
this!
escape my touch!
Flash! Orochi Fury!
Ray!
Strike!
By the power of
Take
water!
this! It's over!
They've got me in their sights. A freezing storm!
Escape! Flash! Orochi Fury!
Hear me!
Swallow
Flame of
blade!
fury! Burning!
You're mine!
Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning! Here's a healing arc! First aid!
I owe you one!
Take it!
Take this! It's over! Orochi Fury!
Here's a healing arc!
Slash! You're finished!
Gemini
Here I come! It's over!
power of water!
Here I come! It's on! Orochi Fury! Great! Next!
These little ones are hardly worth our
You're
time.
mine!
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Swallow blade!
None shall
Here I
escape
come!
my judgment.
You're finished!
I never miss. This is it.
You're mine!
I'm only getting started. Gemini
Here I come!
I need to be stronger.
Gotta break through! You're mine! You're finished! I'll take you all on! You're finished now!
Aqua! Magna Ray!
I'm not done!
So you just learn new moves mid-combat like in a Saga game?
Take this! It's over! Orochi Fury!
Well, we're on the home stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off the
Done yet.
prize.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
Orochi Fury!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
I'm guessing maybe it's for hitting 80 uses of Swallow Blade. You learn Demon Fang. And if that's the case, then I probably should be using these to see if they unlock anything else. Oh, okay. So it's based off of how many hits you get in those categories.
lost. One more. Mega Ray. General Alpha. This one's mine.
You're mine!
It's
too much!
By the power of water. Here, let me help. First aid!
I owe you one. Here I come! Strike! Eat dirt!
Cyan Instant!
Take this!
Cyan Instant!
We're in good form!
That, and I'm sure there's probably trophies and achievements for like maxing out everything.
Right, here goes!
Freezing storm!
You're finished! Plasma shock!
Tornado!
Here I come! You're finished! You're out!
Where are you going? Who wants
You're
to die
mine!
next?
You're finished! Demon Fang!
Mega Ray!
Take this!
We're in good form!
Yeah, there was a couple of games that did that. That's why I was asking if, you know, the proficiency for the different moves unlocked new ones. Because even going back to like Tales of Destiny, that was how you unlock new moves. And then you could even get like combination moves by getting 2 or 3 different moves to a certain proficiency, and you'd get one that kind of merged them together.
Here I come! Orochi's Fury! Plasma shock! You're mine!
One more! Mega Ray! By the power of water!
Demon Fang!
None shall escape my judgment!
Here I come!
Well then, let's keep moving.
I think there was some that were like that in Tales of Abyss. Where like the recovery or the startup would get better.
So these are the Fagin ruins? How'd you figure a place like this turns derelict?
Your guess is as good as mine. I didn't even know this place existed until we heard about it. All that matters to me is whether I can find anything to wear in there.
Why does she care so much about her appearance?
Yeah, I've heard conflicting things about Vesperia. A lot of people swear that it's one of the best Tales of games, and then a lot of people just say it's super fucking annoying. But I also hear the same things about Symphonia too. Like that's another one where people will swear up and down that it's the best Tales game, and then there's a bunch of other people that'll say that like it hasn't aged well and the combat is really stiff.
No choice. Demon Fang!
I'm only getting started.
It's on!
By the power of water!
You picked the wrong fight! You're mine!
Hear
You'll
me,
finish!
flame of fury! Burning strike!
Blast the shot!
Primed and ready!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Ah, right.
Take this! No escape!
Well then, let's keep moving. I'm surprised there are owls here.
Here we go.
Two.
That was essential.
More of them around than I thought.
Though once we get Rinwell, I may take him off of her and put him on Rinwell.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Demon Fang!
Burning
You're mine! It's over!
Scion instant!
Take this! You're finished!
Escape my judgment! Let's find someone else to pick on!
Blast the shot! Here I come! You're finished!
Scion instant! These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's
You're
content.
mine!
There!
Blast the shot!
Mega ray!
Here I come! You're finished! It's on!
Freezing storm!
Here I come!
Seems about right to me. I wonder if those are the Fagin ruins below us. Shouldn't be too much farther now, if that's the...
I guess it's been a while since I had a bite to eat. Don't worry about me. I'm used to working while I'm hungry. It's no big deal.
It is a big deal. You should eat whenever you can. The last thing I need is you keeling over in the middle of a fight just because you didn't eat.
Never thought I'd get lectured on eating by a Renin, of all people.
Yeah, well, some of us Renins know what it's like to go without food, believe it or not.
What do you mean? I thought...
This isn't about me. Now, are you going to eat or not?
I would, if we had anything to eat. But we don't.
Actually, I have a little bit of food on me.
You've been carrying that stuff around this whole time? Not sure it's gonna be enough for the both of us, though.
That's why we're going to cook it instead.
Cook? I've never done anything like that before.
Me neither, to be honest. But we've got to make something out of all this, so might as well try.
What are you staring at me for?
Your clothes are all about function over form. You should think about sprucing them up a little.
Why? What purpose would it serve?
I guess you're right. I just think you'd look good with a little blue thrown in somewhere.
All right, I'll think about it.
5%. It's not a lot.
All done. Come and eat. You really do eat through that mask of yours, huh? I'm impressed you can manage so well.
Huh? Oh, it's nothing. You get used to it after a while. Still, I'm glad we decided to stop and fill our stomachs. I've got a newfound respect for cooking now. But I guess that's easy when you're used to eating everything raw. It would have been perfect if it had any flavor.
Sorry it didn't live up to your palate.
Oh, no, that wasn't a knock on you. I was just... Sorry. That's not how I should thank you for cooking for me.
You've got me curious now. Is it just pain you can't sense, or are your taste buds shot too?
Oh, sure, my taste buds work fine. Although, apparently what I like tends to be a little out there.
How so? What's so unusual about what you eat?
Let me guess, he likes super spicy
one time
food.
I couldn't get enough of these things I picked off a plant, but everyone else said they were way too spicy.
Yep.
Doc thinks maybe I crave spicy food to compensate for the lack of pain I feel.
Maybe it's best I take charge of the cooking. You know, just to be on the safe side. I can't guarantee it'll be to your tastes, though.
I said I'm sorry. Look, I'll learn to tone down my tastes in the future, so let's just put that slip of the tongue behind us already. Well, off we go.
I hate camping out. This must be it. Looks pretty ancient, but I recognize Renan architecture when I see it.
It's seen some beatings. If it stayed sealed all this time, it's not because people left it alone.
It's not just their technology. The Renans build their structures out of special materials, too. Strong enough to withstand assaults from Danon tools and weaponry, anyway.
So how the hell are we...
Easy.
I hate that I can see what's on the other side, but I can't just walk in. Phew. That may not have been a fancy feast we just had, but I don't remember the last time I felt this full.
Do the Renans often not give you all enough to eat?
It's never enough. The Renans decide exactly how much we'll have and when we'll have it, and that's that. We do our best to get around it. Everyone has to grow their own food and such behind the Renans' backs in order to get by. Thinking about it now, I wonder if they've always kept it meager so we would never have the energy to try to resist what they've done to us.
Yeah. An empty stomach takes its toll on the body and the spirit after a while.
How does a Renan like you know what it's like?
I may be Renan, but they don't like me either. I could be squeaky clean and they still wouldn't give me anything.
Did your stomach just...
I didn't hear anything.
But you just ate. How are you already...
I said I didn't hear anything.
I still have some I haven't eaten yet. Do you want it?
Sure. Looks like this place used to be a supply base of some sort. It probably even dates back to the Great Conquest of 3 centuries ago.
For an abandoned place, it sure is crawling with critters. Kinda makes you wonder how they all got in.
Through cracks in the walls, I guess. Maybe it's a good environment for these species to propagate in. Best not to let your guard down either way. Best not to let your guard down either way.
Agreed.
Let's dispose of the trash. And again! Mega Ray! By the power of one!
Here I come! Here I come! It's over! Orochi's Fury! I'm not done! Orochi's Fury!
Here!
Eat dirt!
Burning
Plasma shock!
Looks like it could be worth something.
There's the battle theme that I think we're all familiar with from the trailers.
Gotta break through! You're mine! It's over!
Here, let me help. Mega Ray!
Take this! No escape! Plasma shock! Take this! It's over! We did it!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's
mine!
content.
It's over!
I never miss! Well then, let's keep moving.
Is this a chest of some sort?
A Renin kind, yeah. We should definitely hold on to what's inside.
We've been walking around for a while now. Can we give up already?
What, you're tired?
Tired of something, all right.
I'm not giving up until we search every inch of this place.
She's really determined to find those clothes.
Right, here goes! Take this!
I'm only
It's
getting
over!
started!
I'll take you all on! No escape! Orochi's Fury!
I'm only getting started!
Plasma shock! Take this! We got fire!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
You're mine! This one's all yours! You're mine!
Use
You're
the healing
finished!
art! First aid!
Okay, here I go!
Here I go!
Eat dirt!
Go! You're mine!
Plasma shock! That's what I like to hear.
That's always good to know. That definitely always sucks when you find out there's stuff that you miss.
Here's a healing art! First aid! Solar instant!
You're finished!
Not to escape my judgment! Seems about right to me. Forgive you.
Yep, it definitely is. I'm trying to use as little of it as... I mean, I'm gonna use the arts because they look cool. I'm trying to not use as much of the other parts of it.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Maybe. Let's give it a shot. And we'll give it a shot, and if it's not like ridiculously stupid hard, I may use all the skill points and everything that DLC gave me to balance it out.
Is this Renin technology? I'm amazed you guys can pull something like this off.
For us, sites like this are completely normal.
This must be...
the former owner's old wardrobe, yeah.
I wonder how long they've hung here. They don't look like they've aged a day.
The designs are a little dated, but it'll have to do.
Well, I was on moderate, and I was already thinking of switching to hard. So
listen, I get it. You care
the next
how
couple
you
of
look,
battles is
but
just to
we've got places
decide, do I stay on unknown or do I just go to hard?
What is it?
No, nothing. We've kept Zephyr and the others waiting long enough. We should head back.
Okay, let's head back to... Ulzebek.
You're in a good mood. Were you that happy to find a new outfit?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm the same as ever.
I guess it depends on wherever you're farming. You try out both and see which one gets you more. You know, killing everything as fast as possible, or the bonuses.
You said before that this probably used to be a supply depot, right? But Nate thought it was a Renin castle. I wonder what it actually is.
Who knows?
Who knows?
What, can't I not know something? You didn't think I knew every last thing about my own kind, did you?
I didn't say that.
From what I've heard, a lot of the materials that were initially brought over from Rena 300 years ago were repurposed for other things over time. So it's entirely possible that this place used to be both a supply depot and a lord's castle at different points in time. They're not mutually exclusive. I couldn't tell you when the lord's castle moved to its current location, though. Well, satisfied?
Yeah. Thank you. You know, for telling me about all that.
It's not like I mentioned anything that useful. Come on, let's keep moving.
Choice. Take this! It's over! I'll take you all on! It's over! Orochi Fury! Plasma Shock! Eat dirt! Got flyers! It's over!
Let a marksman handle it!
All yours! We've turned the tables on it.
There are still more left!
Right! No time to hold back! Here I come! You're finished! Here I come! It's over! Orochi's Fury!
None shall escape my judgment!
Take this!
Cyan Instant!
Demon Fang! Here I come!
This one's
Here I
mine!
come! Demon Fang! Flash the shot!
Cyan Instant!
I'm not done! Orochi's Fury!
Barely a blip on our radar. I found some... equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
Let's dispose of the trash.
You're mine!
Cyan Instant!
Here I come!
Hear me! Flame of Fury! Burning!
You're mine! You're finished!
Mega Ray!
Orochi's Fury!
Power of water! This one's mine!
You're mine! You're finished! It's on! You're finished! You're on!
Storm!
Eat dirt! Take this! You're finished!
A freezing
You're
storm!
mine! You're mine!
Ice tornado!
It's over! Slap the shot!
Freezing storm!
It's over!
Tornado!
Take this! Demon Fang!
Barely a blip on our radar.
There.
ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more coming.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
You're finished!
Mega Ray!
You're mine! It's over! This one!
Here's a healing arc! First aid!
Now I can let loose. That's what I like to hear. Want to get back to Ulzebek?
Yeah, we better. We don't have time to waste.
Someone's in a hurry.
Fast travel, huh?
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
That iron mask that Zephyr brought in, yeah? Can I ask you for a small favor? Sure, what is it?
Yeah!
I appreciate you being quick to help. Here's the deal, we're running short on food. Granted, it's something of an ongoing problem around here. The soil around here doesn't have much to offer on our crops and doing even worse than it is usual lately. I won't ask you to fetch anything crazy, just some wheat and potatoes would help plenty.
How's this?
This be enough to tide you over? We found it outside town.
Huh?
Exactly what I'm looking for. You sure I can have it? As much as we need fresh food that grows out in the wild, I can't just ask anyone to go pick it, what with all the Zooglers running around. So don't mind if I go ahead and help myself to what you've got. You're a big help. We couldn't exactly afford to risk stirring up a hornet's nest reducing the Bright Eyes cut and all. With all this extra food, now we can feed all the kiddos who've been going hungry of late. Glad to hear it. Just happy to do what I can to help. Might not be able to see your face, but I can tell that you're a good soul. I don't have much to offer in turn, but I can teach you a recipe that's real easy to prepare if you like. Talking about the one that uses wheat, I already know that.
Okay!
In that case, how about a potato recipe? This one's also simple to fix and tastes good. It's a lifesaver when you're real hungry.
Thanks.
Sounds good. I'll give it a shot sometime. Great, you absolutely should. You can't operate in tip-top shape on an empty stomach. Steamed potato. Hey, Namalala. Thanks for stopping by.
Sorry for the side trip.
We got to learn a new dish. I'll take what I can get, really. Let's cook it next time we make camp.
Is that why she went along with this?
Crap!
Zephyr, we've got a huge problem. Something bigger than our attack on Bolsev's castle. I don't have time to worry about anything else, right? Yes, bigger than that. The Bright Eyes, they've started massacring folks all over Calaglia.
What?
Must be after her master core. Guess the enemy must be getting serious about retrieving it. It must be if they're willing to kill the slaves they need to harvest astral energy. Mosgul got hit real bad.
No way!
What? Are you sure about that? Positive. It's the closest town to where we attacked them earlier. I feel bad for our people there, but them's the breaks.
Damn it!
Bastards!
Just where do you think you're going?
You know where. Mosgul.
What good is it going to do to...
I don't need your permission.
over! Here I come! Here I come!
Magna Ray! By the power of water!
Here I come! It's over! Mirage! Demon Fang!
House it! Magna Ray! By the power of Here's a healing arc! First aid!
Here I come! It's over! Take this! Mirage! Eat dirt!
Here, let me help!
Here I come!
First aid! Take it! You're mine!
Take this!
By the power of water!
Here I come! You're mine!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Right, here goes! It's over! You're finished!
Burning strike!
You're finished!
There! One more!
Mirage!
Magna Ray! I never miss!
Demon Fang! Here I come!
Power of water!
Orochi Fury!
Gemini Ultra! Sighted! It's over!
Here I come!
Gemini
You're
Ultra!
finished!
Well then, let's keep moving. There are fewer soldiers stationed at the garrison than usual. They must have gotten deployed to Mosgul.
Doc, Cole, everyone please be safe.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Here I come! Demon Fang! Blast the stuff!
Magna Ray!
You're mine!
Aqua!
You're mine! You're finished!
Here I go. It's over.
Got flyers!
I've got this.
Orochi
Let a
Fury!
marksman handle it.
All yours!
Take it. It's over.
It's over! You're finished! This one's all mine! Blast the stuff!
There. One more.
You're mine!
By the power of
Here I
water.
come! You're finished!
I'm ready. Go. It's over.
Strike!
By the
Orochi
power
Fury!
of water.
Blast the stock!
You're quite the gunslinger.
I have to be in this world.
Don't worry, I've got your back. What's this thing? An opponent like this should be easy.
Now you'll learn!
Here I go.
I won't show you any mercy! Try harder! Now! No escape!
Freezing
Blast
storm.
the stock! Die!
Ice tornado.
It's over! Mirage! Take this! Die!
Power of water. Here's a healing arc. First aid.
Take this! Try harder! Not go to hell! No escape! Here I come! You're finished!
Hear me. Flame of fury.
Here I go!
Strike.
It's over! Orochi Fury!
Go to healing arc.
Here I come!
First aid.
Here I come! It's over! You picked the wrong fight! Take this! You're finished! Orochi's Fury! You're mine!
Where are you going?
Damn it! I'm not done! Die! Orochi's Fury!
Freezing storm!
You're mine! Plasma shot!
It's over! By the power of
Mine! Try harder! No, you can't! No escape! Plasma shot! Can't end
crap.
here! I owe you one. Take this!
I was overconfident.
Take this! You're mine! It's over! Demon Fang! You're mine!
Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike!
Take this! Here I come! It's over! Go to hell! It's over!
There, go! I'm only getting started!
It's over! Here I come! It's over! Mirage! Try harder! Now!
Marksman handled this! Cyan Instant! This one's mine! Cyan Instant! I need to be stronger.
Yep, it is. Which is why I'm tempted to use all those SP that the
We've
DLC
reached our
gave me.
destination. All done. Come and eat.
You know, the ones from the DLC are pretty expensive. Well, the only thing so far I've had is I've gotten an item that ups it. Yeah, I've noticed. I usually have to do like combo dodge around them, combo dodge around them, and then like combo like just the normal hits though. Like I have to get in like 3 of them before they break, and I can actually do special moves. Where am I actually heading for, though? There.
We've reached our destination.
Like I said, I found one in the last area. But that's all I've gotten to help with it so far.
Of the trash. You're mine.
You're mine.
Go. I'm only getting started.
Sonic thrust.
Take it. It's over.
It's over.
By the power of water.
You're mine. You're finished.
Dead. None shall escape my judgment. Ray!
Take this. This one's all mine! Stardust!
A freezing storm!
You picked the wrong fight! Mirage!
Ice tornado! Let's keep our eyes on the prize. Forgive you!
You got spirit! It's a die! Here I come!
They really don't give up, do they?
Now you'll learn! You're mine! It's over!
Hear me! Fury!
No, you can't! I'm not done! Take this! It's over!
I never miss!
Damn it! Sonic thrust!
Cyan instant!
Take this! Die!
Here,
I come! You're finished! I owe you one!
Cyan instant!
You're mine! Die! Take it!
Here's a healing arm! Here, let me help. First
I owe you one!
hear me! Flame of fury! Burning!
You're mine! It's on!
Here, let me help.
Pierce through! Try harder! My turn!
Back into the
Orochi's fury!
I've taken too much damage! Here, let me help.
Eat dirt!
First aid! I'm ready!
Orochi's fury!
Power of water!
Sonic thrust! Go to hell! Here I come! Orochi's Fury! Pierce through!
Where are you going?
Sonic thrust! Slap the shot!
Here's a healing
Sonic thrust!
First aid! Cyan instant! A hard-won victory.
Wait, there's a chest in there? I didn't see it before. Wasn't even showing up on the map last time I came here.
You think it might be useful? We should try it and see how it turns out.
Right, here goes!
Go!
You're finished!
I'm only getting started!
I'm not done! Slap
None
the
shall
shot!
escape my judgment!
Take this! It's over! Start! Here I come!
By the power of
You're mine! It's over!
Gemini Aqua!
Orochi's Fury!
By the power of...
Next! Here I come!
Here
You're
I go!
finished!
I'm only getting started!
It's on!
Gemini
Slap the
Aqua!
shot!
This is it!
Here I come! You're
Here I
finished!
go! You're mine! Let them mark... Well then, let's keep moving.
I'll do what I always do with those and wait till the end of the game to use them.
Now you'll learn! Mess with my friends, will you? You just crossed the wrong line!
I'll bring you
Wow,
back
really?
from Death's Abyss! I never miss!
Go to hell!
I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss!
This should do it!
By the power of
I'm not
water!
done! Side thrust! Orochi's Fury!
Freezing storm! Ice tornado!
Die!
Take it! Go!
Thrust!
It's over!
Pierce through! Slap the shock!
Gemini Aqua!
Damn it, baby! You're mine!
Power of water!
It's over! Here I come!
Here I go!
Eat
Get
dirt!
started! Magna
You're on!
Gemini Aqua!
It's over! Orochi's Fury!
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why usually with like the stat up items, I usually wait till the end of the game and see which characters need them most and who's fine on their own.
Hey! Damn it!
Nothing up here.
Am I too late?
Stop. Please, don't hurt the children.
What's that? Damn it, I can't reach them in time!
Get back, Cole.
Doc! Cole! Stop! Not if I can help it!
Hit me! Flame of
You're
death!
mine!
Burning
You're
sun!
finished!
Not if
shall escape my judgment. I'm ready.
You're finished! Here I come!
There.
You're finished!
One more. Mega ray.
You're finished!
Here I go. I never miss. Here I go.
Sonic Drive!
Mine. Gemini
You're mine! It's over! Try harder! My turn! Take this! It's over! You're mine! Shooter! Here I come! You're finished! Die! You're mine!
Gemini
Shooter! Are you all right? What about the others? Are those bastards still here?
Iron Mask, take it easy. It's all right now. Most were able to escape, and we've survived. Honestly, we got off lucky. It's often worse when a resistance group pops up.
Lucky? You call people getting slaughtered like this lucky?
This is how things go when you're a Danon slave. You're dead if you stand up to them. Keep your head down and do as you're told. At least then you have a chance to survive. You only have one life. That's why...
I should wait for the right moment?
Yes.
So someone else dies instead while we live another day. Is that what you're saying, Doc? You're willing to risk everything on the chance that things will get better if we wait long enough. But what's the point of waiting if others have to die so that we can live?
What do you think happens when someone tries to resist? It'd be one thing if the rebel died, and that was that. But it never ends with only one death. You've seen it for yourself. Everyone suffers for it. Knowing that, are you really going to tell me our waiting has no meaning?
But that's... I understand not wanting to throw away the same lives we're trying to protect. That would be senseless. But if you wait too long, if you get too used to waiting, then eventually you lose the will to fight. I don't want that to happen to me. I've already met the Crimson Crows. People who risk their lives to fight the Renan's rule. People who know they might not live to see us win, but fight anyway to give those who come after a better chance. If my life is at risk either way, then I'd rather spend it fighting.
So you've decided to take up the sword?
Yes, but not just any sword. It's a sword that only I can wield, but one that's also too powerful to use on my own. I doubt those who fought the Renans in the past ever had something like this on their side. That's why I'm willing to bet everything I have on this sword. I know it might mean more people end up in danger, but...
Okay. If that's how you feel, then forget what I said. It's clear your time has come, Iron Mask. Currently, you and that sword are the only things capable of driving the Renans back. It's because of you that we're still alive right now. If there's a way through this for all of us, then I'll put my trust in you to find it.
Doc, thank you.
Now, remember what you said. And don't ever abandon that conviction of yours, all right?
Right. I won't.
You've grown so much since we first met. And you've met some good people, too. Maybe you have a chance after all.
Alright, so where to now?
You're back. Hurry on in. We've been waiting for you.
You're not gonna ask what happened?
I can tell enough by the way you look right now.
I see. Zephyr, I need to ask you something. Would you have invited me to join you, even if I didn't have the blazing sword?
Of course.
Why, though?
There aren't many folks out there who are crazy enough to resist the Renins like we do. So when I find someone with the knack for it, I make sure to keep them close. Plus, you remind me of another guy we lost. Maybe deep down, I'm trying to help you as a way of making amends for what I couldn't do for him. But if you don't want this, just say the word.
I'm not going anywhere. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be here.
If you say so. All right, come on in.
Thanks.
Yes.
Can I have a minute of your time?
What's wrong?
Hey, Tyron, what do you need? Well, all you've been doing since you got here is fight, right? I'm starting to get worried about how your weapon is holding up. After all, you're about to fight Balsef. You'll need to be prepared for whatever he might throw at you. Luckily, we happen to have a blacksmith here on site. You should see what he's got tempered.
Got it.
Alright, I'll make sure to remember that.
We've reached our destination.
Where is this blacksmith?
We've reached our destination.
Oh, he's in the inn.
Hey.
You the blacksmith here?
Yeah.
Yep, Tyron filled me in. In addition to farm tools, I also make weapons for the Crimson Crows. Knowing it's for you, I just have to help. Forge you the best weapon I can manage with the materials I've got. So what do you think about this? Not bad at all. That's the most you get out of me right now. Bring me more materials and I'll whip you up something grander.
Thanks.
This is plenty grand enough as it is. I never knew Zoogle parts were so versatile.
Good, good.
Thanks, glad to hear it. Leave the rest in your hands. Go give Rena hell and set us free, okay? That's the plan.
Is this something you're into?
Yeah. These ingenious structures and gadgets never cease to amaze me. Check out these handle grooves.
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be seeing here.
They don't quite have the color scheme, otherwise we could pretend he's Titus. Just for the sake of the storyline, since everybody keeps referring to him as having the mask on, put it back on him. Yeah, I put both wings on them before, but they bounce around really goofy when you're running, so I took them off.
All right, everyone. It's time. Remember, eyes on the prize. We're after Balsef. Nothing else. Cut off the head, and the snake perishes. Hit them head on, however, and we won't make it through the castle gates, let alone reach Balsef himself. Luckily, we have an ace up our sleeve. We need to do everything in our power to make sure that ace reaches Balsef's jugular. To that end, I'll be splitting us up into separate forces.
You just said all of us hitting them head-on would be useless. Why would we divide ourselves up?
Because we're
so
the
is Max... I can't remember. Is battle party size in this 3 or 4?
We only need to cause enough of a ruckus around the castle to distract the enemy. That said, we need to look like the real deal, which is why I'll be tagging along too.
I'm guessing 4 since you map people to D-pad directions.
The Iron Mask. I'm counting on you and Xeon to make your way to wherever Balsef's hiding. Once there, you drive that flaming sword right through him.
You aren't seriously sending in just those two, are you? One of them's a Renin.
No one said the plan was perfect. By far, the biggest danger is the one you two will be facing. The fate of this quest rests entirely in your hands, which is why you get the final say. You want out? Now's the time to say so.
And if we say no?
Then you say no. Just means we're back to square one, that's all.
And I go back to being a slave.
It's your life.
No, it isn't.
Ball's in your court, soldier. What do you say?
I want to fight.
But for what? What are you fighting for?
To free the Danans from the yoke of their abusive oppressors. To no longer die at the whim of another. To break the shackles of our enslavers. To live and taste freedom!
Now you're talking. I believe we have our ace in the hole, people. Hold on to that belief, and we just might break through that wall yet. And what about you?
I was born ready. Now can we get this show on the road?
There's a gate on your right once you leave here. Go through it and ride the elevator you'll find. I'll send ahead a few friendly faces to keep watch on your way. If you get into any trouble, look to them for support. We all clear? Good. May this battle herald the end of the Renan's bloody 3-century reign. To your battle stations, everyone.
I still can't believe this is happening. We're really about to face off against a Renan Lord.
Well, you're in pretty high spirits for a guy going into a life-and-death battle.
I'm not saying I'm not worried. But you have to remember, this is the first time any of us Danans have really had any hope. What about you? You scared at all?
I don't have time to be scared. This is only the first step in a long, long plan of mine.
You want to take down all 5 lords, right? It's hard to believe it'll ever happen.
But it will.
I know. I haven't forgotten our deal.
See that you don't. That said, if we lose, we might suffer a fate worse than death, you know.
That's probably true. But instead of worrying about it, wouldn't it be a better use of our time to figure out ways to avoid that and not lose?
I suppose.
Whatever happens, I'll put everything I have into winning. You can count on that.
Actually, it's
Balsef's
about
castle should be
time
just
to
above
end.
us.
All right. And let's use that elevator thing.
Probably just do a couple of fights and call it.
An opponent like this should be easy.
None shall escape my judgment!
Strike! This one's all mine!
Here's a healing arc!
Here I come!
First aid!
Sonic
Flame of
thrust!
fury!
You picked the wrong fight! Blast the shock! It's over! Stardust!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Well, that's probably gonna have to wait till tomorrow then.
Gotta break through! Now you'll learn! Sonic thrust!
Grind and rend!
Sonic thrust! Pierce through! Die!
None shall escape my
Here I
judgment!
come! It's over!
Ray!
You're finished!
Hear me!
You're
Flame of
mine!
fury!
It's over!
Mega ray!
It's over!
By the power of water! This one's mine!
I'm not done! Flash shock!
First aid!
It's over!
Damn it, Bennett!
Take this!
Instant!
You're mine!
Take this!
A freezing storm!
We did it! No! Can't end here!
Let me help! First aid! I'll bring you back from death's... I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Resuscitate! Here's a healing arc!
Not done yet! Here I come!
You're mine!
Finish!
By the power
Take
of
this!
water!
It's over!
Let me help!
Flash
First
shock!
aid!
Take this!
Cyan
It's
instant!
over!
I was overconfident.
Stay away from my friends!
A new lease on life.
Try harder!
By the
No!
power of water!
Pierce through! No escape!
There!
We did it! This one's
Here,
all
let me
mine!
help!
You're finished!
First aid!
Try harder! My turn!
Cyan instant!
Strike! Try harder! No, you can't!
Take it! I'm ready!
picked the wrong fight! Take it!
A hard-won victory.
No choice!
Mega Ray!
Try harder!
Mega Ray!
No escape! Plasma shock! Take it!
Where are you going?
Orochi's Fury! You're mine! It's over!
By the power of water!
Strike! Take this! You're finished!
There! Go!
It's over!
Onward and upward.
Gotta break through! Here I come! You're finished!
Magnum!
Take this! You're
Here's a
finished!
healing art! First aid!
Take this!
None shall escape my judgment!
Here I come! Try harder! Not a chance! Take this! You're finished!
Go! I'm only getting started!
Here I come!
Mega Ray! Who wants to die next?
You're mine! You're finished!
I'm only getting started! I'm ready!
Pierce through!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Xeon.
I won't forgive you! Here's a healing art!
This
First aid! Hear me! Flame of...
I'm not done yet!
Here's a healing art!
Here I come!
Any more will turn out.
I can only rely on myself. Mega Ray! By the... I never miss! This is it!
Mirage!
Mega Ray! By the
Take
power
it!
of water!
It's on!
Here, let me help!
You're finished!
First aid! Gemini
You're finished! Eat dirt! Mirage! Orochi's Fury!
I'm only getting started!
No
Power
escape!
of water!
You're
Taking too much damage!
Strike!
A new leaf on life!
Try harder! Take this!
Ice tornado!
It's over!
None shall escape my judgment! Primed and ready!
You're mine! You're
None
finished!
shall escape my
Slash off! I'm not done!
Ray!
Orochi's Fury!
There! Help this! Mega Ray! I never miss!
You're finished!
Mega Ray!
Take this!
Gemini!
Take this!
Mega Ray! By the... I've used a bit too much healing.
Alright, that ought to be good enough for today. I think we cleared out pretty much every enemy on this map. Let's go hit the end, save, and we will continue this tomorrow.
We've reached our destination.
That turned out good, if I do say so myself.
So where is the exit? Where's the exit game? There it is. The select button.
I want to feel your hair right now.
Yeah, that's day one for Tales of Rise. It's fun. Although every once in a while I'll get into a battle and I'll be like mashing the face buttons to attack, thinking that that's a normal attack like every other game, and I'm spamming skills until I run out of little diamonds or combo count or whatever the hell they're called. So it'll probably be a little bit longer before I stop doing that completely. It's only happening every once in a while. But so far the combo system is interesting enough. I imagine once we get more people and more moves and everything else, it'll definitely fill out. Because it's basically like the you do your normal hits. Since I don't have that many diamonds right now, it's basically normal hit into something that brings them up into the air, into an air art, and then if I have it, a boost to give me a couple more diamonds to drop them down, and then maybe do the other 2 diamond art that I have on the ground. And it seems like the counterattack, like off of a perfect dodge, seems to be the most efficient way to break them so that you can start popping them up into the air and everything. So I may try to do that more often. Seems like almost every time I've done it, it's instantly broken them to where I can start doing combos, lifting them into the air. But so far it's fun. I definitely kind of want to get Law. I've always kind of gravitated towards, if they had one, the fist characters. That was one of the reasons why I like Zillia so much, because you could play Jude, and then your main character was a martial artist the entire time. Yeah, I only had Demon Fang on there for a little bit as filler. It's got replaced by Sonic Thrust. And then from what I understand, later on you get something to where you can double the amount of art slots you have. Like, it'll let you hold down a button to access another set. So yeah. I wonder if it has upgrades, though, because I know in some of the other games, they were like a lot of upgrades. You'd have like Demon Fang and then double Demon Fang. I think one of them even had triple Demon Fang. And then you had like a super Demon Fang that was just a giant one that you would throw across. There were other games where they had different upgrades to Demon Fang. Like, I think some of them had up to like 3 or 4. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. So far I'm having a lot of fun with it. Like I said, I really want to get Law. I have a feeling once I get Law, I'll probably be spending more battle time on him than anyone else, because I always love the martial arts punchy characters, especially in Tales of games. But yeah, we'll continue this tomorrow, same time, 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. Check schedule below for what time that is in your area. Yeah, because that was the one thing that kind of let me down in Berseria, was that the Fist character, Aizen, he wasn't a full martial arts character. He was like a half mage, half martial arts character. I actually had more fun with Rokuro because of that. I still used Aizen a lot, but the fact that half of his moveset was spells was a little disappointing. But I guess as for right now, let me give call-outs and then get ready to get out of here. Ragna, Namulala, Wabon, Starneko. Thank you all for coming in and chatting with me while I play. Thank you to anybody else who may have been lurking and watching. As I said, we'll continue this tomorrow. As for right now, let me see if I can find someone to raid. And I will say, it is definitely nice. This is something that I always took for granted, but it's nice to have a game with a decent amount of voice acting. Obviously, you know, the little exchanges with the side quests and everything, I still have to voice myself, but compared to the Ni no Kuni games, where it's like, even in the main story, only like maybe 30% of them have actual voice acting in it, it's a nice change. It gives me some time to sit back and enjoy, rather than having to read and voice act everything. That's definitely nice. Alright, let's go ahead and jump in on Uncle Irby, who is currently playing Final Fantasy XIV. As per usual, let's go ahead and jump in, say hi. Hope to see y'all next time, and until then.
Bye-bye, everybody!